What's up, everyone? Sorry for the lateness. Hello. Yeah, cat's still looking really good. Um, I deeply, deeply regret selling 15% of it yesterday. But what are you gonna do? Hey, Victor, Moderna's going up. Um, what's XRT doing this morning? Looked okay in the pre-market. SPY recovering. All right. I don't have to write you out, but you're tying my hands. There is no Squeezapalooza. Stop trying to arrange meetups. I mean, you say like I've been roosting on the cat egg for a long time, but I'm not gonna lie. I much preferred the up and then down and then back up than just up. The just ups are, well, they are what they are. Holy shit! When did Goldman rocket? Oh fuck! I should have been paying attention to this. Oh well. Ah yes. Discord. Oh, I'm muted. I'm sorry, guys. I'm back. Why did it start muted? No, it looks like the FTD data is correct. I think Bob released another update last night, so it should be spot on now. It's still just an estimate, though, right? It's not going to be precise FTD data because you have other FTDs due from other sources. Some of those FTDs are netted off. Thoughts on Credit Suisse hedge fund division shutting down? Cool. It's always fucking Credit Suisse. Ooh, Baba having a lovely morning. Well, I'm very glad I bought those calls yesterday. We'll see how much it runs, I guess. GameStop finding support at 145 again, it looks like. AMD had kind of a shitty pre-market. Well, if it made more sense to buy Feb fourths, I would have been spending the last 3 months talking about Feb fourths, right, Fody? A significant chunk of the FTDs that are occurring between the Feb 1st and Feb 14th. So why is the short sale volume numbers the last 2 days blank? What does it mean? And did this happen last year? It's blank. January 3rd was 34.97%. Yesterday was 56.81%. It's not blank. What time do you think you're buying? We'll see how low the dip goes, I guess. I'll try to time the bottom of it if I can. Bob fucking Smith, DD. Thank you, Carl. I have never owned, nor do I intend to own a fedora. Am I reading this right? 130 contracts of 143p, sell to open at 9:32 a.m. Not sure. I don't even know if hard to tell if they were bought or sold. They're for Friday. I think they might have been bought. XRT had a load of volume after close yesterday. Is that significant? It could be. You're still holding Jimmy Jan 160s. Yes. Don't try to catch a falling knife. I'm going to catch a falling knife. I mean, I don't want to catch a rising knife. Would you agree that if MOASS doesn't happen by the end of Jan, early Feb, GME doesn't have MOASS potential anymore? No, I don't agree with that, James. I think it still does. I think the probability of MOASS occurring is lower in other cycles. But if the price continues to go up, the pressure is still presented. So it's very dependent on our price and our ability to sustain price. Think of anything with the Burke A correlation with GMA? No. What Burke A? Send me the link. I think we're talking about this on the Discord last night, weren't they? Wasn't Burke A's last FTD like in 2020? Do you think the FOMC minutes have something to do with yesterday's price action? Maybe today's? It's possible. SPY percent GME correlation is 0.85. The Uranium Kings are raking it in with CCJ. Is CCJ ripping? I mean, are they? It's like up a dollar. $2 from close yesterday. $1 from open. It looks fine, but the the squeeze you're looking for there is not going to be realized for a long time. Yeah, Baba's doing good. I should set a stop limit on this. Hmm. Yesterday I bought two Jan 21 Cat 225 for $23 each. Nice. Thank you, VWAP Jan Saipo. Feels good to be a CLF bull. Well, Myrna was up. I don't know what to tell you. Oh. Bull trap. Wow, that was a shitty bull trap. Let's see. It still doesn't look good. It did go up. Charlie Munger like doubled down in Baba. You know, if GameStop wasn't a gaming company, I could see them buying into it. Maybe not at these prices, but earlier they would have. Can you explain where you would set a stop limit for something like Baba? How do you calculate the limit amount? Oh, I just did 10% of my call, the current like mid for my calls. And then I set a stop at, I don't know, it's like 8%. I guess it's not. It's like 7 point. It was arbitrary. 7.7 something. Can a market crash stop the FTDs from being covered? No. Show me the money. We're in the fucking demand zone. Look at the put wall for VIX. God, what did you do, digital noise? See, this is the kind of tinfoil hat shit that we keep to ourselves. Oh boy. That's a big fat po ball on the VIX. I don't think it matters, but it's a big fat po ball. Well, they were unsuccessful in printing their 143 puts. So that's fun. Should be a little more buy pressure today. The net short on GameStop hit 60% for the first time, I think, on 11:30. So, or what was it, 11 fucking, yeah, 11, I think it was 11, yeah, 11:30 for today, right? 1, 5, yes, sure. Bull trap? Bear trap? This isn't a bear trap. Are you talking about Myrna? This was a bull trap, but this wasn't like low volume necessarily. Like the bulls got fucked. Victor, why don't you just play the downside on Moderna? You could have made so much money. Like when I first started telling you that it looked like shit like 4 days ago, it's just done nothing but downs. When it got rejected here, Fed said it would taper all purchases in March. Okay, bro. Trust them. I'm only down 80% long, 3 leveraged. I don't have money because I don't have a job now. Oh, that's shitty. I'm stuck 1 month. Fuck. Well, I guess I guess you have to hope that there's a new COVID variant and hundreds of thousands of people die. Hmm. And then you can get more rich. When you look at volume, are you looking at the minute by minute or total volume traded? When specifically? If I'm looking at like the volume on a candle versus the volume on a day, I have a weird feeling that we'll test 160 today. It's possible. I think they're going to try to get their 143 puts out before we go up. What do you think for AMD today? It's probably going to continue to fuck me over. I don't know. We'll see. It's a nice double bottom, but it's fallen below the trend. We'll see. Let's see. 430. Yeah, it might be double bottoming on like the daily EMA 30 here. 1 hour? How does it look? It doesn't look terrible. Visa View Up. Amazing title card today. Thank you so much, Visa View Up. This one brought to us by, was this Fluffiosa? I believe it was. Yes. Thank you, Fluffiosa. I'm sick, not COVID. Would you mind bringing me some snacks and medicine when you take your next plot-in break? I don't think so. You can just go hungry. I hear there's a buy price clause. If RC wanted to buy the remaining shares, he's entitled to. Any idea if that's true? And if so, what price is it likely to be at? I have no idea. Just read that the big Denver area fires this week started from a cult ritual. Put my tinfoil hat on this morning besides my VWAP hat. You put one under the other. Mac Horse will just start live streaming your streams. Oh boy. Thank you, Sky. Jason, saw the stream card, and you don't have Kenny Loggins playing on full blast. Hashtag disappointed. I'm sorry. Does RC have to be careful when buying shares? Why? And if he's buying enough of them, he'd want to buy them at a level cost basis, so probably vis-a-vis exercising of options. That's generally how you move into a big position. Crazy idea. All apes submit limit orders for 69,427,41.69. Use bid ask ledger to count retail shares without having to go through DRS. Who would sell at that price? Okay. The problem with that is a lot of clearinghouses are going to kick an order that's in excess of 50% of the current trading price. You know, everyone could just tell everyone. I know. It sounds fucking crazy, but it's true. I like to imagine a Plotkin so filled with rage and anxiety that he can't sleep and spend his nights drawing strange pictures on his walls with his Plotkins well smeared with Plotkin. Whoa. That's like three-dimensional Plotkin. You can't expect a monetized streamer to make less money by playing copyrighted music. Unless it's Brazilian orchestral versions of Carmen Burra. Or what's the other one? Carmina Burra? I can't remember. I don't remember what I got the strike for. Jamie Board is for sure part of the 510 gang. I mean, I'm sure if Ryan Cohen moved into a position, he'd be buying in the money calls. Did you eat that chicken parm? No. I just liked the sound of it. Oh yeah, AMC is a dud got a strike, but I don't remember where it was from. Just got my last two options for Fib. I submitted the the complaint because it's horseshit. Oh yeah, it was O Fortuna. Oh, and whatever that music is that they play before the GameStop shareholders meeting. 1,400 viewers, 500 likes. We see you, Citadel interns. I mean, it's clearly just like Bots, right? It's got to be bots. So all of you are just bots. That's why. Bots with the inability to hit the like button in the morning. This marks my 1-year anniversary for Gmail. Congratulations, Thomas Russell. Someone said you wear socks when wearing sandals. Is that true? That's false. I wouldn't be caught dead wearing either of those things. The foundation that owns music is really aggressive with their copyright claims. Well, maybe we'll get like a dark pool dump of likes on the stream soon. It actually looks like they failed to get the 143 puts they bought this morning into the money. Cockburn, put their pickle in. Every time you read my comments, you never pronounce my handle. My first name is pronounced Jokic. You say Jokic cock. One more time, please. No. I'm just gonna ignore your name. Is that Polish? Bid ask over $1 now. Could be. I think they're just downvoting with bots now. I like to imagine a dark pool dump so dark that it spends its nights hanging out with Plockins. Oh boy. Like a post Pepto Bismol Plockin. How long can they hold on to being kings of the calculator game? Forever. As long as every high school teacher in America continues to recommend their products. You said my name wrong for months. Shut up, Gaz. I think it's hysterical that they've bought these 143 puts. Like they opened up this entire single strike options chain so they could stabilize the price. Then they bought 143 puts and they have failed to drop the price below it. I expect they will, but it's just funny that they did all this shorting and have not succeeded yet. It's like they're not even good at their jobs. The fuck is my Epic pen? Oh, there it is. Like, imagine borrowing 250,000 shares, buying a bunch of puts, and then not even being able to drive your puts in the money. I wonder if there's people just sitting around at JP Morgan laughing right now. Like, look at Kenny. Look what Kenny's trying to do this morning. Oh, the goal is to put those puts in the money, Bones. 100%. You missed my super chat earlier. I'm not mad, just disappointed. What did you say? Was it important? I'm offended that you think a bot can be as dumb as me. You'd be surprised. A bot's only as smart as the person who programs it, right? We can. Trish Dan? Tristan? Speaking of, oh fuck, I forgot, Daniel. You need to remind me more of things, and then also I have no idea how to do that without just giving you my address. And while I know you pretty well at this point, you are in fact still the father of the Dans. Is it allowed to buy a shit ton of calls puts and then drive the price so that the contracts are way in the money, sell the contracts, then reverse your position? Yes. I read the Citadel is not the MM for GME, but the MM for AMC. Wolverine is MM for GME for options. Citadel's the DMM for GameStop for NYSE, though. Maccor's third biggest super chat YouTuber. You're the first, right? I'm definitely not. Although VWAP Dan Seipel is working on changing that right now. Did you see the That's Dangerous clip of you that was edited and posted on the Billionaire sub? It's hilarious. I haven't. I still want to know what happened to the guy who was doing the fucking podcasts. Those were amazing. 97.3%. My super chats or Ko-Fis are not important. Here's a more important one. Kenny is a better trader than you are a better YouTuber. Interesting. I mean, I would argue that I kind of suck at YouTubing. I do know that my year-over-year returns are better than Gabriel Plotkin's, the best investor of our generation. Oh God, why do you guys do these things to me? Nobody tries to milk a bear. That's dangerous.
12 seconds later.
I definitely try to milk bear. Why do I have no sound? Hold on, we can do this together.
Seconds later.
I definitely try to milk bears. So much ignorance in the world. Oh God. Demonetized. Probably. Watch it from the start. Nobody tries to milk a bear. That's dangerous.
12 seconds later.
I definitely try to milk bears. So much ignorance in the world. Okay, that's enough of this. Have you ever milked a primate? No. I know it's from 2006, but do you ever see that Looking Glass video with the Sedona case study? Is there a risk of history repeating itself, just sweeping the shorts under the rug? They changed a lot of the regulations that allowed that to happen. Um, Out in like 2008 or 2011. I should upvote that and award it. I'm gonna give it some sort of award. What should I give it? I'll give it gold. They can enjoy a week of the Reddit lounge. That's for you colored pants. Snack. Gherk reaction video to his first YouTube stream would be amazing. That sounds I was so nice back then. I tempered all my anger towards everything, including AMC. Remember how nice I used to be to AMC people? I was like, my shares are locked in Cash App. I'll hold with you, morons. Thank God that's over. I mean, Cornub is still here. He just doesn't own AMC anymore. Locked in Cash App equals DRS. It's a bit different. They caught off guard last January, definitely. And they are definitely better prepared this January. We'll see if that matters. How often do people exercise early? At $25 a share, probably pretty often. I think so. I don't know. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he's just selling covered calls. Thanks, Goldman Sachs intern. Appreciate you and your bot support. It's very kind of you. How do we still not have 1,000 likes? That's it. I don't care what happens after that point. You can, once we hit 1,000, you can dislike the stream if you want to. But I feel like hitting that threshold might, well, it probably doesn't matter actually. It's you. God damn it, Starch Monk. Get a like when 1,000,000 volume comes. That might not happen today. Perk is up 37% in the last year. Okay. They've done well. You have any theories on who built that gamma ramp to nowhere in September? That's a good question. No. What time are you targeting your new Feb 21 call purchases? I don't know. I guess I'll just let Ivy bleed. It doesn't look like anything interesting's happening. Fuck you, AMD. At least I'm making money on Baba. Well, unless it fails this test. Ugh. Maybe I should just sell. XRT can't be shorted tomorrow or after close tomorrow. It should start beginning tomorrow. So market open tomorrow. No, cat's amazing. I'm not getting rid of any of this right now. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to close my options here that are making money so I can buy some here. I mean, I'm still going to buy some here, but probably not with those profits, at least not today. I'm up 20K on Cat Jan Feb calls. Nice, dude. Fuck yeah. What was my first big score that got me into trading? I mean, I got into trading long before I ever traded real money. Perk, eh? That's a terrible joke, Fluffy. I love it. Picked up a couple Feb XRT 95s. Yeah, they're cheap right now. Let's help pump AMD short. Possibly. I'm pretty sure it's all just maple leaf. All right, that's enough out of you. I think it would go a long way with the SS crowd if you could sell all your shares and options and then rebuy a computer share, DRS, and then NFT it. Probably. Can I just buy like 62.66 million collector's edition pennies and issue my own dividend? Why not wait to buy calls till we see the start of a run? Because IV is going to spike so quickly. Ah, here comes the push for the 143s. You're going to try. What time are they out, turd? Like 11? I mean, it's J-Pow. He's not going to let anything bad happen. What calls are you waiting to buy? Well, now I'm looking at Feb 150 through 220, probably. There were 31,500 115 puts taken out on XRT. Bought or sold. Why not? Why would I buy 135s? I'm not buying any in the money fucking calls. This Feb 18 250. I mean, I already own 250s, 300s, 350s. I think I have some 260s and 240s as well. I just already have a lot of far out of the money ones. Like, why not take advantage of the lower price and buy a nearer the money strike? F taking off again. No more powder. I'm sorry to hear that, Starch Mike. What percentage of your Feb calls do you hope to exercise? I hope to be able to exercise everything below like 200. Jesus fucking Christ. This is just getting stupid. I mean, it broke 220. So is it just going to go straight the fuck up now? It's like there isn't really any resistance until like 230, 235. Goddamn caterpillar. Beautiful son of a bitch. Hey, look, Baba doing a thing. Maybe I should sell. I don't like the thing Baba's doing. much did I make on this? That's pretty good. Hmm. What do you think we run to 160 midday and end up at 150 again? That's possible. Max Pain's 150 now. I think it shifted down. Although it's reporting 150 and 155 different places. Why not buy in the money options? What? Why would I? There's no. They have like less room to grow. Cat was the play the whole time. That's clearly what DFE was trying to tell us. Is Cat an example of a big Wyckoff accumulation? Yeah, I think so. Is this gonna? So I really want to see Baba break like 130. I wonder if it will. 130 is very promising. I might buy more if it does that. But yeah, Cat big yeah, big accumulation. Oh, they're so close. You can do it, Kenny. Can you check what the resistance is on INTC? 5550. It's really 55, but 5550 also. It also looks like there's resistance at like 56. And 58. Breaking 58 seems important. Still going up. It's just not going to stop. Why did you make me buy AMD Leaps? Did you sell me those contracts, you huckster? What's AMD at right now? 141. Earnings is later this month. If you bought Leaps, you'll probably be fine. Thoughts on Cat testing 230 today? I fucking hope so. Does it matter to us whether the shorts get their 144 puts in the money? It seems quite trivial, but are there repercussions to them going in the money or not? There's some repercussions. I mean, it helps them push the stock to the downside. Mostly the point of them is to have the market makers stabilize the price for them while they cover FTDs, right? No, at the point at which well, because you can only have so many of them open at a time, Stefan. Like the WeBull's capped out at like 6 EMAs. And at the time we had crossed the 250. We're we're back below it again, but thoughts on Kenny watching my stream and massively shorting your positions out of spite for your options DD. But he didn't short Caterpillar. He should have shorted Caterpillar. They're down about 12% right now. How much are the 200s? Ooh, that's fucking tasty. $180s are nicely priced. Hmm. Jesus. Curious and curiouser. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should exercise some of these. Babo forming a Head and Shoulders. I think so, but we kind of have to see how the breakdown goes. It may not be. Like if it was gonna form a Head and Shoulders, there's a lot of buy pressure on the right shoulder. So it's stabilizing. I know not everyone's in on cat bones. Short hedge to their net long AMC, but not net long on GME. When their 13Fs are pretty similar with more calls than puts for firms like Citadel, Susquehanna. Didn't Bob Smith write a DD on this? Puts at 143. Does your theory's timeline still hold? I mean, we don't expect anything to happen this week. It's supposed to be flat. It's flat. We expect like some volatility, but within a very narrow range, right? Um, and it's holding true. Oh, BBKC started firing this morning, by the way, for those of you guys that are interested in that kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, if we look at like last year's price action, it's not that far off, right? Like, bullish? I hope so. Ooh. Wait, this isn't GME. This is GME. Now they're printing the 143 puts. Wonder if they had to borrow extra for that. BBKC on GME started firing. No, BBKC firing is bullish. We also have TTMs looking very nice. Or is it? TTM 4 fire signals now. Usually you want to see about 6. Bollinger Band Keltner channel squeeze. BBKC squeeze. You explain the TTM indicator again. It's it's a shift from it's a trend pattern, and you're looking for a shift from high volume and volatility into periods of low volume and volatility, and then a reversal. They're really not that different. I just use both because the BBKC indicators tend to throw false signals. TTM does too, but it's less common. It seems unreal how excited we were for the winter dates before the November run. Now everyone seems deflated, but the bill will come due in January for every share they put off covering in 2021. Yep. When you exercise options, do you ever sell shares you already own to do so? I haven't yet. If if we start to short squeeze, I will though. Like if I can sell like 3 or 4 shares to exercise a contract, absolutely. The November run was still significant. A lot of people killed it in November. I didn't. But yeah, it was. A lot of people did, actually. I have the DMs of people's positions. A lot of people actually made profits in November. More conservative investors that got out early. So the problem with GME though is anytime we run, the hopes are always so high. It even affects me. Like I know when the volume's dying off and it looks like we're peaking, and I still hold out just because like right I sat through shit like fucking like this was fucking terrible, right? So being overly cautious on this run, I sold a fat chunk of my position here instead of selling, here, like the my options that I was holding at the time. And then we had this, where we shot up, dropped, and then shot up again. So it's not like we didn't have precedent for a continued upward move in November, right? It just didn't happen. Didn't some guy DM you? He made like $6 million. Yeah. Also, fuck that guy. See, when people DM me fucking gain porn like that, I really just regret not opening a hedge fund. Shit, still? Someone's fucking with them. I feel like somebody's messing with them right now. You didn't have the full cycles understood during that May run. No, I suspected something was up, but I was still just basing that on TA. Like if you go back and look at my DDs, I was still just watching the technical indicators. We had enough volume that was possible though. Why? What do you mean why? I made more money that Friday and Monday than I've ever have in a 48-hour time period in my life. I just then kept letting those bad boys ride, waiting for my friend Gex. I was ready to become a GME whale. It didn't work out, but I made lots of cool friends. Hugs. Oh, I'm sorry, Pickle Morty. How are they messing with them? The buy volume every time we go to move towards a gap to the downside that keeps coming in is kind of funny. Like they're clearly trying to get it under 143, right? So this puts go in the money and they can get that hedge. But every time they like push for a gap, someone's buying some. I don't think it's retail limit buys. It could be. What's your expectation for Jan 10th? I have no idea. Um, I expect it to be far more volatile than what we've got going on right now. I expect us to go up. How much? Hard to say. We're very low right now. I'd like to see, us test somewhere in the back at average, like the 180 to like 194 range. I think we could see volatility spikes maybe as high as like 210, 211, but at least at minimum a push through 160. Do you think MMs like M&Ms? I don't know. How much would that guy have had to spend to get millions on those contracts? I think he spent like $300,000. And he sold like Tuesday morning somewhere near the peak. Like that short run up, he sold like at market open. What's your strategy with your Feb calls? I'm gonna buy some more today. Do you think MM's palms are sweaty? Maybe. Push through 160 would be ideal. Thoughts on OpenSea's latest valuation of $13 billion? Adding a competitive NFT marketplace at that value would double GME's market cap. Yep, that'd be nice. What? Oh, I'm not worried about the gain porn. I'm just gonna start a fucking ETF that tracks GME cycles. Not necessarily, Benjamin. Those creation baskets can be weighted to be entirely GameStop or mostly GameStop. If you were RC, what would you be waiting for to announce the NFT marketplace? A completed product. I think anything short of a functional live product could be spun negatively. You know, top chat? I might be. Yes. Sorry, this hugging idiot has learned more in the last 7 months of how to be financially secure than my entire life. Some of us just don't know people with money. Understand that you guys are the first people to ever talk to me about Roth IRA or growing money. I'm happy. Hugs. That's awesome, dude. You like to dip your pickle in chocolate pudding. Ugh. No. Is that a euphemism, or are you just talking about actually dipping pickles in chocolate pudding? Because that's disgusting. Like pudding on a pickle? Salty sweet, but ugh, so vinegary. I feel like the vinegar would break down the gelatin or denature the proteins. You'd end up with like kind of like a curdled pudding. Even a fully functional one will respond negatively. Yeah, they'll do their best. What stopped you in doing weekly DDs? I didn't see a point. Can we talk about the best time to exercise calls? What would be the best time to exercise? Be when our calls are 2x the strike? Wait until higher? What hurts the short hedge funds the most? I mean, just exercising them when they need shares, right? If they're 2x, they're definitely in a situation where they need more shares of GameStop. And so obviously the higher the price goes, the more pressure you can put on them. But pretty much anything from that point on is going to apply a sizable amount of pressure to them. Think of how many games are released on a timetable due to something other than the completion of development. It's always a huge failure with massive problems that can be avoided by waiting. Yeah. Yeah, I saw this dude's DD. I mean, this isn't entirely accurate, but yes, it's one of the ways you can end up more than 100% short. When does XRT go on threshold? Tomorrow. Is there a way they can kick the overlapping exposure window into January, February? I don't see how. Not without generating enough volume to clear out the FTDs, which is what we want. Congratulations, Jared. Can you do yearly DDs instead? Have you noticed how shares are turned always jumps between 940 and 945? Oh, they returned them all. They just didn't use them. They like over borrow right in the PM in order to ensure that they have enough, and then they return the ones they don't use. I'm sure there's a emphasis on returning the ones that we have visibility on. Would you hold weeklies until tomorrow? Probably not. What does it mean, the threshold process? They start force clearing FTDs. And this is how they circumvent the risk, is trying to clear off as many FTDs before then as feasibly possible while keeping the price low. Yeah, but so if XRT has 40,000 GME shares, that means short hedge funds can borrow 40,000 GME shares from XRT a day. Did I stop out? Shit. Oh well. Well, I'm out of cat. Do I buy back in now? Should have said that a little looser. Oh well. Not stopped out of Baba. I'm still mad that I didn't buy more Visa or any Visa. Moderna turning around a little. GDS, nothing relevant today. AMD Weekly's dead or still holding out hope? I mean, they're dead. I don't know. I might buy another position in cat, but I'm gonna wait. An ETF going up or down shouldn't change the value of the stocks within it. It should be based on the value of the stocks within it. Can you confirm this process of buying puts, short covering FTDs, and then selling the puts end of the day has nothing to do with closing short positions, right? No, it's simply a way to net off FTDs without affecting the price significantly. So this is something that they can only really do when the price is low. Or the volume is low, sorry. If the volume's higher, then volatility picks up and the potential to gap up through their puts increases. And so they generally don't take the risk. AMT just jumped $1. Say they're dead again. Ooh. Can it do it? I don't know. It's tricky. SPY turning around a little bit. Oh, looks like cat's just having a big failure. I think it's gonna come down. Maybe back to 220, but maybe lower. Ooh. How does shorting affect the price of XRT? It allows them to create baskets cheaper. I got stopped out of cat. Are you making fun of me for my 135 call? I'm not. It's risk adverse. I'm not a big fan of them. My risk tolerance is higher. I very rarely buy in the money calls. Unless it's like a move I don't trust at all. Like Baba yesterday. So Baba yesterday I bought 115s, right? Because I didn't trust that spike from that like this like rally. I didn't trust it, so I bought 115s. I bought them in the money, right? Because 115s below the baseline. So if it started to fall back through the average, I could have just sold and not really lost that much money. Yeah, I mean, I got lucky; it ran today, right? But I didn't really trust the momentum that was being generated, and so there I bought in the money. I don't know if I've ever bought in the money GameStop call. I buy ones that are very likely to go in the money, like at the money or near the money. As a protection for my planned upside moves, right? Because, like, say, and this is not my price target for January 10th, but say I had a price target for January 10th of 200, right? With a possibility of 210. I would buy like 160s, 180s, 200s, and I would buy out to 220, right? So my spread would encapsulate my price target. And that way, if, it hit like 194, the cost of my position out of the money is more than covered by my in the money position, right? So even if I have slippage or loss here, I'll be covered by these contracts. Like I'll still make profits. Like those near the money calls I buy are the reason that I didn't just lose like $12,000 in November. I didn't make any money in November, but I didn't lose the money I put in. I think you accidentally bought a 140C. I did. But I sold it, I think, that day that we spiked. But that was just misclicking. That happens. It's unfortunate when it does. Especially if you use a lot of different brokerages. You have to be really careful with your inputs. Make sure you're buying the right stuff. I don't pay that much attention when I'm streaming because it's hard to do both. But it's definitely, user error is definitely something you should be watching out for. Did Jan 14 calls look attractive to you? No, not really. Maybe if they're like super near the money, like 145s or something like that. But I'm not really interested. I'd rather just buy the ones further out. Like when I bought Jan 28th calls, yeah, like that was a mistake. I did not want those. I just wanted to buy more Jan 21s. Normally that's not an issue for me, right? Because I'm just looking at like my strikes. So when I open the menu, so I'm looking at like Jan 21s, right? So when I open the menu, that's the strike I'm looking at. But with the stream, it's like people are like, "Oh, check Jan 28s or Feb 4ths." And so I might have the wrong window open when I go to buy calls and I forget to change it back. It's my own fault. I should pay attention to it. Also, that thing happened with the fucking DDS where I had the hotkey and I accidentally hotkeyed a call purchase that was immediately down 100% or 50%. Oh, go away, Planter. AMC to $1 million. 10 million? Just read your baby's security analysis every night. Kissed 142. Did they sell out of them though? I guess we'll check in 15 minutes. Ooh, they sold some of the 142s and 145s. It looks like they're just loading up on 140, 143s though still. It's it's interesting that some of the 145s were sold off. Well, just a few. That might just be retail. 150 calls are up for Friday. Interesting. Feb 200s are up today. Feb 180s. I like this. There's a lot of OI flowing into Feb right now. All this whole week, I think. Shit, let's look at a month. Feb 250s, Feb 200s are the most purchased call contract this month. That's fucking awesome. Oh, why is it almost 4,000? Look, guys. $10.7 million in Feb 18 200s. You can't kick FTDs. You can kick a hedge, right? Like they can kick their gamma exposure, but there's no way to kick FTDs. They can they can fucking let GameStop go on the reg show threshold list, but then they're super fucked. 13 days on the reg show threshold list on being unable to short GameStop is not good for them. Show the screenshot of the OI I sent you this morning on Discord. Oh yeah, where is that? You know you can take screenshots with your computer. I'm sorry, Goldman Sachs intern. It's one of my triggers. Oh god. It's sideways. I'm gonna have to rotate this. There we go. This is OI for 250 plus strikes. Oh, how many are in the money versus how many out? I see. Where's the 200 through? Is that? Did you send me that also? Oh, okay. And it looks fucking good. Oh, oh. Son of a bitch. Where's the break even? Jesus, we just need to cross 150. Can you send me like actual screenshots of those instead of like pictures from your phone by any chance? Pictures of the screen like a true degenerate. I mean, Jesus, look how many calls go in the money at a test of 250. The momentum is just unreal. You know, there's strikes further out too. Just mail Pi-Fi your computer. If we cross 150, the amount of delta hedging bumps pretty significantly. Damn it. I missed the opportunity to call that clip. Gamma got run over by a reindeer. Son of a bitch. Oh well. Can we do another poll about share leverage? Why? There's no point because fucking OI is like available information, Snickers. Like it's fun and bullish and it gets people's tits jacked, but it's I mean we can already see the OI. How many FTDs have to be covered next week? We have no idea. Because we first of all, we don't know how many FTDs are created through the futures contracts. Right? Everyone's forgetting this. So like we might be able to sort of track market maker FTDs or sort of track ETF FTDs, but there's also FTDs that are created due to the failure to roll forward futures, which present possibly a large unknown. GameStop is actively posting a bunch of new job openings to LinkedIn, like presently. Cool. But are we the OI? I mean, a chunk of it. Do you expect to see price movement right away? Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. I have plenty of time. Where's Daddy's little nut meat? He's in here somewhere. I think we did a poll on pineapple pizza once, didn't we? Pineapple pizza is universally despised. Who else is selling when this next run up doesn't happen? I'm not. Will people? Maybe. Who gives a shit? You know, everyone's saying, yeah, I've seen people like spreading the FUD about wanting to sell after January. But it's just like nobody fucking bought in entirely for a short squeeze, right? Like the whole point of GameStop was it was the better fundamental play. If we suspect FUD disingenuous posting on the Discord, is that something we should reach out to the Discord mods about? Absolutely. Why did all the FUDdies start joining the stream after 11 o'clock Chicago time? Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, better fundamentals. Stares at 450 cost basis. So you're telling me in January at 450 you were able to buy shares, but you can't fucking average down in an entire year? I mean, if you bought shares here and have never bought another share of GameStop in this entire time, like what in the actual fuck are you doing? You could drop your price per share average by more by like almost 200 fucking percent by buying at 143. Some people don't know what averaging down is. Chicago is such a pedestrian city when compared to Paris. Why are you hitting me with a bedpost? I mean, if you bought it 450, never bought another share, and you're just waiting for 450 again, you're gonna fucking paper hand anyway. And you're also not in it for the long term at all, right? I don't necessarily expect to see price movement on XRT right away. That's why I bought options that are more than a month out. I expect it to start going up. I don't know how volatile that'll be. Feels coordinated. Yeah, it just sounds like bullshit. So today there were 2 million ETF FTDs. Do you know how many there were on Monday when they had the 45% run? I don't know. Check Bob's fucking thing. ETF FTDs don't necessarily mean GameStop FTDs, though. While some of them may be GameStop, not necessarily all of them. So if there's 2 million FTDs, right, across the ETFs, you know, 500,000 of those might be GameStop. Also, I don't know how much faith I have in the flow as a completely accurate predictor. No, you can't avoid FTDs. Everyone stop asking me that. Where are the FTDs though? I see no buy pressure. What do you mean you see no buy pressure? See the green candles? Also, not all FTDs are short. Some are long. Can you avoid DTFs? Probably. Can they just rip up the FTDs like parking lot tickets? No. How does a long FTD work? Long creation? Usually through market makers. Yeah, I've seen the Wharton University video on operational shorting about 6 months ago. I know my thesis is similar. I've read his papers and watched his interviews and his presentations multiple times. No, GameStop would get reg showed. Peter Smith. The idea that they can just avoid FTDs is just there's no legal mechanism for avoiding FTDs. They can net settle them, they can reduce the effect of them, but they can't just not do anything with them. I was gonna trim my beard last night, but then I got in the shower and I was like, now my beard's wet. And I was like, I guess I'm not doing that today. Keyword legal. There's really no illegal way to do it either. There's counterparty risk. Jesus fucking Christ. The system is self enforcing. because that makes the markets volatile, Stefan. What's the consequence? A fine? A forced buy-in. If you had 95 calls for Jan 21, would you roll those into Feb, or would you expect some movement before then? My plan was to roll those into GME calls if it hit in time. I mean, you might have enough room, maybe not. How many days do you actually get of settlement? I mean, you get 12 trading days of thresholding. It's not ideal, but it has potential. I mean, I don't think 95s are that far. They're only like what, $4 out of the money. Cat head and shoulders. Yeah, I said this didn't look good. It's continuing to not look very good. The rejection here at C23 looks like it was pretty strong. Any worthy GME Jan calls are moved out to further dates? I mean, probably within like for weeklies, but I prefer the Febs. Big photo taker guy, what's up, man? Welcome back. It's been a while. XRT 96C have had good roll opportunities. Yeah, there's been opportunities to roll them already. That's what I don't get. Who's forcing the buy-in? The person they owe the FTD to. Didn't they cover 100 FTD shares and create 100 new FTDs to cover the 100 FTD shares until they've covered November FTD exposure, essentially rolling their FTDs? Not without dramatic effect on the price action. Farmer Jed. Why are you spamming it? You're talking about generating absolute fuck tons of volume on a highly illiquid stock that has variance swaps. Where are we on the chart versus last year at 120.21? The first big run update last year was 114. We went up 80%. The eighth trading day of the year. Eighth trading day of this year would be 112. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, last year's ETF FTD date was 112. Let me double check. was the 11th. We went up on the 13th. I mean, we went up on the 11th, the 12th, and the 13th. But the 13th was the day that we went up the most. When is SLD in January? After the, what is it, a third Monday? Yeah, last year was a leap year. Yeah, the dates are different. Last year, Jimmy was building a sizable FOMO train, whereas this year we haven't built up any FOMO yet. We've built up some. The options chain already looks kind of promising. The stock is also vastly more illiquid than it was last year. You're I mean, Farmer Jen, I feel like you've been in here a while. You should understand the relationship between illiquidity and volume. Can you confirm AMD is a bye-bye? Yeah, it looks like shit. Um, it's breaking down probably to the 120 again. So 137.20. That's what I would expect. Well, there's possible resistance there. Can you please post the graph with the exposures, or can we find it on Reddit? I'm pretty sure that Carl put a link up in the Pigeon Whales Discord already. I'm gonna make a believer out of you. What am I not believing in, turd? When BBKC and TTM don't line up often, how to interpret results? I would rely more on TTM than BBKC. Are you doing BBKC manually or using the shitty indicator on TradingView? Can you review Carl's chart? I don't think it's right. It may not have all the dates, but it should. I thought he updated it. I'll check it out later. Just remind me. They buy a bunch of 140s. Uh, 142s coming in. Ooh, yeah, they're buying some 140s. Saw the trade sweating video in what, 98? I just don't see 98. I mean, I hope so because I'll buy more shares, but I don't see it happening. I think it'll head back to max pain by the end of the week, or max pain will continue to drop as they continue to pile on puts. Can you tell the poors once and for all that this is a pigeon whale oligarchy? I thought they already knew. It's frustrating that we have no idea how many FTDs the short hedge funds need to close out on Jan Feb. Yeah, deal with it. We also don't know the short interest or retail ownership of the float. We've resolved to deal with those, right? What's up, TV? Are they getting under 140 so that Jan Feb is a repeat of November 26th? Maybe. I think the range would be greater. What happened November 26th? You mean November like 19th, 17th through 22nd? Hypothesis: short hedge funds already have enough ammo to keep creating FTDs through Jan Feb to crush the GME retail revolution. So your hypothesis is that they continue to short while covering. It only works on low volume. There's plenty of evidence in the past of this. Just because this is something you've just learned about doesn't mean it's not something that other people haven't already dug into. So the hypothesis is very obvious, and yet the price of the stock continues to run quarterly. If they could have, they would have. They do not lose money for fun. Yeah, November was GEX, not FTDs. I bought my first cat calls. Oh boy. This is not the greatest time to be buying calls on cat. It could recover, but it does not have any near historical support at these levels. I would be very careful and monitor your position closely. You can't satisfy FTDs with FTDs, dude. If they need purchases to clear FTDs through CNS, they need to make purchase orders on a lit exchange. The FTD volume is not low. The ETF flow is greater than last year. You think they dropped the like fucking price hundreds of dollars without creating a significant number of FTDs? How are these puts bullish? Well, first of all, they expire Friday. Are you saying to hold Febs through the drop? Or you can average down? Are you talking about like after January 20? The point is, Jose, is by having Feb calls, right? Instead of fucking the January 29th calls that everyone had last year. What was it, Jan 29? Yeah. By having Feb calls, the hedge has to continue to be sustained. So last year, everybody just FOMO'd into fucking weeklies, right? They turned off the buy button on the 27th. The price continued up. People sold. They were able to drop the hedge. But if people had had calls in February instead, they would have had to have sustained that hedge, right? They would have had to sustain that hedge through the 29th into their ETF FTD exposure. And the price would have kept going up. I thought I made that very clear in the DD, but maybe not. Could you please explain to the poors the various membership tiers by referring to where they would be on the Titanic? Pigeon whales get lifeboats, etc. The consequence is a forced buy-in. It's not a fine. Here's an example. If they could just clear FTDs by creating FTDs, why did November 3rd happen? How do you buy without paying? Quick name. Ah, Jesus Christ. I don't know what Baba's going to do. It's trading flat. It hit 125 and now it's flat. It's sustaining its trend above VWAP for now. I have a stop on my calls below VWAP. But yeah, this is nothing. This is just consolidation and chop. You can't determine anything from it. Yeah, cat not looking good. It looks like it's going to come back down more. It is very expensive for them. Nah. It's not that you guys need to hear it 10 times for it to sink in. You need to hear it 10 times to confirm your bias. Did November 3rd happen due to the BBBY buyback? The BBBY buyback likely caused them to cover faster than they would have. But November 3rd, they had ETF FTDs due. So they likely, without the BBBY buyback, they would have covered them more slowly throughout the day with less effect on volatility. That would have been ideal. However, they covered them all at once because they got spooked. They were presented with risk. everyone keeps trying to poke holes in it by subverting market mechanics. And if they could have done that, they would have already. They wouldn't have lost all that money in March or lost all that money in May and June. They wouldn't have lost all that money in August, and they wouldn't have lost all that money in November. You can't just Jesus fucking Christ. You can't just create shares out of thin air for free. That's not how it works. First of all, it costs money. And market makers can only do it when providing liquidity through bona fide market making. They don't just go, oh, make 50,000 shares of GameStop. That's not how it works. Melvin's down fucking billions of dollars this year, and it's not because they could dodge it. Ugh. I'm getting mad because everyone's getting funny because the fucking price is down. Because they want to cover as cheap as possible. Here's what happened in Volkswagen, right? Volkswagen started buying options, creating gamma exposure. Or Porsche did, sorry. Like 30% of the float, right? A lot of options. And what they did was they tried to drop the fucking price as hard as they could to dodge it. But Porsche's options were far dated. This happens before every short squeeze. I'm not saying that we're going to get one, but this is what shorts do before a squeeze. They try to get the price as low as possible to reduce exposure. If they fail, then you get a short squeeze. That is why you get a dip before the rip. They've failed so many times. Look at every time they've failed this year. They failed to reduce exposure here in November. They failed to reduce exposure before August. They failed to reduce exposure here and also back in February. And they failed to reduce exposure into last January as well. Over and over and over again, they have failed to reduce their exposure to a significant level where they could continue the price flat through these exposure periods. Their ETF FTD exposure begins on January 10th. You know why? Because retail just keeps holding. I wrote an entire fucking DD about buy and hold. It works. It's effective. Because they can't get the fucking price low enough. It's not the top end of GameStop that matters, it's the floor. If you're gonna try to attack the theory that we built, don't attack it with what if crime, okay? It's a shit response. Cause I'll tell you the answer to what if crime. If crime, no fucking MOASS. Ever. No short squeeze, no MOASS. Just a long slog until the company realizes better value. That's what if crime. I am chill. You sound hangry. I didn't eat today, Danielle. You're not wrong. Belated New Year. Clip that passionate educational speech you just gave. You're like a slap in the face or a cold shower. We need to calm down. Thanks, Lauren. Use this to order some food so you get something in your belly besides iced coffee. Thank you, President Darth Dan. I'll think about it. Buy a Danish pastry so you have enough energy for your next rant. Baba ripping. It looks like it might start to break out of this. What's AMD doing? Nope. So if I'm reading your DD correctly, short hedge funds are checkmated as long as we hold. They just keep losing money on the position. That's never changed. Last time they pushed us to 40, we're $100 above that. Sit down and relax. Seriously. Isn't crime a potential issue we should be thinking about? No, because you can't do anything about it. If crime is occurring in the system, it's because the system has been allowed to facilitate it. A bedpost at their upcoming exposure, if they've driven the price this low, they must be placketing a bedpost. Thank you, my biggest friend and biggest fan. Best friend and biggest fan. Mr. Diggs. Is it Mr. Diggs? I see you're looking a bit starved this morning. I reached out to your jam guy to get you the latest and greatest jams, but for now, get yourself some food. FBI guy is always here for you. I'm not hungry. I don't like to eat in the mornings generally anyway. I make a lot of dumb comments. Mostly I try to lighten the mood. I emphatically appreciate the warrior spirit you exude every day. Thank you. No problem. Goes to Dan. Thank you, man. You keep it mirthy. Don't use this for food so we get some more hungry rants. Hungry rants. Thank you. Oh boy. I'm a sucker for microtransactions. I'm at like 1% of people they are targeted for, but your hugging friend is all bought in. 9 contracts between Feb and Jan, 250s and 510s. This baby has more share power than I could have ever dreamed of. Hugs. Thank you, Pickle Morty. Gotta say thank you again for all the knowledge you put on. Everything I've learned from this channel about the markets, cooking, why not to trust a Dan, and much more things I will take with me for the rest of my life. Thanks again. You got it, Jeff the Privileged. Also, where's David? Crime is a shit response. In all seriousness, thanks for all you do. Thank you, NW. Bunch of koalas in the chat. Whatever. Dude, the market, Stanley Rimmer, Citadel still posted gains below market. The market gain, SPY was 30% this year. So they halved that? That's not fucking impressive. Buy some caviar, my man. Holy shit. Ryan, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that, man. I am not a huge fan of caviar. It's real salty, but sure, I'll get some. I have to get a bottle of champagne too. Do a Dom Perignon. I'll talk to Danrod. I think Danrod's got like a case. I already clipped the rant. Thank you guys. Thank you, Ryan. Can you draw a Euphoria line so we have something to look forward to? Today does not look promising. Not Trey Collins. Please accept this donation as a token of my appreciation for all that you do. Maybe visit your local TGI Fridays to enjoy your favorite appetizers. Oh boy. No, I can't go. Well, you know this. I can't go to TGI Fridays. I just ordered you a pineapple pizza. You just need to DM me your address. Ugh. Thank you, Pog. Ooh. Celsius energy drink? I can just buy anhydrous caffeine powder and sprinkle it into tea. If you think I'm above that, I'm not. DJ Lamb. What happened? When JPM double down post. This community needs you hopped up on caffeine, no sleep, and nicotine. Thank you, VWAP Downcycle. I came back to Jamie because the wild swings with no catalyst. You and your like-minded counterparts are what helped me make sense of the situation. I appreciate you and your team. Thanks, Alpha Bear. Order caviar on Grubhub? I don't think that's a thing. You got it, John. Can we ban Stan? Why do we need to ban people? Because they're saying negative shit? Who cares? Ignore them. I haven't seen him in a couple weeks. I'm sure he's doing well. I hope so. Normally, when I get angry and go on a rant, I get fired. Instead, people console you with money. What a time to be alive. To be fair, Turd, I've gotten fired for a lot of angry rants in the past. So, I'm not good at having a boss. I wouldn't recommend anybody to buy anything, Sam. Are people going to buy Feb calls and not exercise them? Definitely. But some will. Some will exercise. I have a lot of calls for February that would only get exercised if we actually started short squeezing. I have ones that I fully intend to exercise. You don't. You should eat live. I know how much people love you chewing into the mic. After all, it's your stream and you get to do what you want. Thank you, C. Santos. This is making me think that you like me eating live, by the way. I'll let my friend know. Into mukbang. Check. You doing all this work for the channel and the community has infinitely increased the potential for MOASS because you have solved the prisoner's dilemma by just teaching people. Thank you again. Thank you, VWAP Dan Seipel. Hot boys and girls. Thank you for your DDs. We have our own DDs. You can review it. Hot Boys and Girls Cam Adventures. Cool. End of day targets like 185, 250. No. We'll probably see a reversal in this trend. This may be the reversal. I put a limit buy order for 141. No doubt we'll hit it again. We might. How much money should a guy lose on rolling failed calls before quitting the options game? That's up to you, man. That has to do with your own personal risk tolerance. Eh, I don't know why. I don't know why anybody who's been here for any significant amount of time is worried about FUD anymore. You know how you know how everything works now, and sure that may reduce the hopium, right? But it also lets you ignore all the bullshit and weather the storm that will inevitably be the story of GameStop. You should go back and look at like AMD threads from back when it was trading at like $9. And a lot of people sold, a lot of people paper handed, some didn't. And the ones that didn't made a lot of money. And if I've been able to do that with this stream, then and my DDs, then that's really what I came here to do. What you mean bullish when they short it this hard, like you said on Reddit? Oh, that they're trying to drive the price down, like hard. That indicates that they have something to cover. We're down $7. They can't drag it out like AMD, right? What if they can? Does that make you more likely to sell? Yeah, the puts expire Friday. There'll be nothing capping the price once they're closed. Because they get to cover for less. So if the price is trading here, right? And they drop the price down to here. Then they can cover all the way back up to here for cheaper than if they had started covering here. Now, the ideal situation there is that they never cover for more than this baseline, right? Unfortunately, that doesn't work out for them because the stock is illiquid. Flesh-colored pickles on your back like a stegosaurus. It's kind of funny. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, David. We were missing you. Glad to have you back. How's your New Year been, your holidays? Well, they buy puts before they drop it to offset the cost of dropping it, right? So you buy out of the money puts when the price is here, then you slam the price into the puts, and then you sell the puts for profit, and then you cover. The thing about this is if institutions and retail are all buying calls on the drop, that accelerates the price movement to the upside. How about AMD 149 and 152.50 C weeklies? How fucked am I? Pretty fucked. That doesn't sound great. Tinfoil jumpsuit. Let me see. What's AMD at? You're gonna need a pretty strong turnaround. Not that AMD is incapable of it, but unless it gets like a strong bounce, like it could be rough. I'm sure Intel's probably running in relation to AMD. This is common. Intel AMD is like GameStop AMC. They're very, very similar kind of bullshit going on there. YouTube is telling me I've been here for 2/3 of this year. Maybe I should do a celebratory chug after work. Can I get a Pigeon Whale song for my re-up? You absolutely fucking can, President Darth Dan. Which Pigeon Whale song? Are we doing the
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi-Fi stream. Pigeon whale's cool and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named V. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper in a bitch you see, but most likely you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like booming, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Gurk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously, guys, not a cult. Not a cult.
You know, don't forget last year, you know, DFV held his options through this bullshit. And this. He held his $15 calls through a drop to like $2. So think about that in relation to your own calls now. I think he started buying them around the end of 2019, right? So 200% almost. But he didn't have a $425 cost basis. Oh God, Josh Walker. Long hedge funds could be holding off Jamie since we're up 800% over the last year. Yeah. The reason longs don't buy into GameStop is it presents a lot of risk, and they also don't need to, right? They don't care if we're at, 140 or 150. If they're going to buy into a position for a squeeze, they can buy in at any time. They can confirm the squeeze. They can wait till we hit 200 or 300 before buying in. They can let us hold the floor, and they can use their money elsewhere. They can capitalize on the shorts by selling puts. Oh, sorry, Suggestively Ninja. If you want a reminder, the streams you provide far outweigh any negative sentiment on a red day. I'd like to think I've learned bits here and there from you, and I'm better for it. Here in the now and into the future, all the best to you. Thank you, Suggestively Ninja. I appreciate it. A scale of macadamia nuts to watermelons. How large are DFE's family jewels? Man needs a wheelbarrow. Are you saying that the long hedge funds are using us as bag holders? I mean, essentially. But we don't have a choice. We don't have that capital, like, to allow us to move in and out of positions with a lot of flexibility. Retail just doesn't have that option. Like, we're not that mobile. This green-eyed lady kind of wants to cry right now. I'm not gonna, and I'm fucking holding. Congratulations, Trina. Good. And also don't cry, it's a stock. This isn't Matt Core's channel. Did making retail numb to the price create their own Achilles heel? In a way. What's the lowest price we've seen since the March run up? 129. I mean, we had that flash crash after earnings, but we didn't. 129 on this dip. Exactly. You made money in Apple, which you turned into money in Tesla, which you're turning into money in GameStop. This is essentially how it works. I work the dumpster at the Brockton Wendy's regularly. Can confirm the size of DFV's jewels and that he's a heck of a tipper. Pablo Domingo. Jimmy is extremely undervalued at 11 billion market cap. Anyone who's done any DD on the company knows the potential is 10x. It's laughable how many negative attitudes there are in chat when really, if you believe the bull thesis, this is an amazing long-term buying opportunity. I agree. This is a great entry. Sure, some people have cheaper entries. Some people have sub 100 entries, but most don't. Most people have shares between 162 and 194 as their cost basis, and this is significantly below that. And don't think that institutions don't know that also. They're just dipping it to get people to sell off their calls, reduce their exposure as much as they feasibly can. It's bullish that we're seeing this dip right before we expect movement, right? We expect this shit to get kind of real on the 10th and after, right? So this reeks of desperation to me. But them lowering the price is making options look more attractive. Yep. There's a downside to it. Dan's are always a nice entry. Thank you. Thanks for being here for us 6 days a week. You got it, Girk's Hot Pocket. Thanks for being way hotter in the middle than you are on the outside. Net cash flow is very good, JC. Future realized value on their investments into their fulfillment centers and realized value on an NFT marketplace both present significant potential for increase in their market cap. Is there a reason we shouldn't sell out of the money puts? No. I do it all the time. Once I feel like we found a floor, I usually sell a bunch of cash secured puts. Free money. It's pretty easy to tell when they're done shorting. I don't sell covered calls because it's hard to tell when it's done going up. There's still a hot pocket shortage in New York City. I'm not sure. Me buying exclusively at the peak, but I'm telling you that this is the opposite of the buying at the peak. This is buying the dip. Can the price go down further? Sure. But as far as like a cost average, this is insane. Given that we spent most of last year trading around 180. I only buy when people say don't chase. What would be your first lobbying agenda to support? Illegalizing pineapple pizza, protecting your concrete position, lobby for further protection for single moms. Probably illegalizing pineapple pizza. Market open tomorrow. Mustard homie. It just adds pressure. Like a mole. Once XRT starts being thresholded, it just adds pressure. It also cuts off one of their favorite avenues of creation and shorting. Was there a point in DFVDD that made you think, nah, man, this guy is smoking? No. I would say his bullishness was maybe a little over the top, or I thought it was. But his thesis was solid. Solid enough that, fucking Ryan Cohen bought in. Who the fuck knows? Maybe Ryan Cohen bought in because of DFV's thesis. How do we know this isn't institutions selling off? I mean, we don't. It could be. It's unlikely that they would sell for a loss. This is a descending wedge. It's a continuation, and it's likely bullish. Wee! See 136.70 for GME, then bounce. Possible. Let me check something out. What don't I need right now? I don't need the 200. That's odd. But okay. Jesus Christ. This is like on average almost our lowest dip since Melvin began their short position. Oh, RSI? We're definitely fucking way oversold. Or approaching oversold. I mean, RSI 6 is showing oversold. What's up, Tanksimus? I mean, if there was ever a dip before the rip scenario, we would be low enough to be satisfying it. Yes, it does, MJ Welland. Short's about to find out what happens when you throw a brick at a trampoline. Ivy spiked. It did a little, I think. Not a lot, but a little. At least we've got volume. Let's see. We're below those 140 puts now. So. $340 new Feb 200s and 114 new Feb 150s bought today, and 178 June 200s. Yep, people are loading up. This is so exciting. Are they afraid of reg share tomorrow? Maybe. Yeah, I might actually consider some 140s right now. $140s for Fab? No, I'd probably buy them for January. One second, I'll be right. Okay. Sorry, I just had to fix something. Will this cause the TTM or BBK to stop firing, or this make it fire even more? Mm, I mean, that doesn't matter. We might dip below. Like the Bollingers might have dipped below. I think this pushes through the bottom of that. I could look. Do I have it turned on? I think so. I think we'll, yeah, I think we're gonna push through the bottom. But that can snap back up. I think this has actually happened before. I can't remember. I think it was August. Was it August that happened? That's May, August. Yeah, right at the tail end of August's run up. So through here, we actually had like so we had a fire signal, and then it pushed just out of the bottom, and then see it snaps closed on that up day, and then it ripped. Order just filled for another Feb call. Nice. So what's more effective, a rope or will my belt do the trick? GME, Gex, and AMD fucked me so hard, I swear a Neanderthal ancestor of mine felt it. Ouch. How deep are you in AMD? Options prices are bottoming out. They're getting very cheap, yeah. Yeah, it does backfire because people load up on calls. So do institutions. Where do you think we have support? We have support at our last bounce here on the EMA 333. Nope, I did not misspeak. We're already below it, but We'll see if it holds. We haven't really traded a lot of volume below it. Didn't we kind of discuss these like double bottom dips previously? We very frequently see these before our run-ups. And this test would be a true double bottom. Like I thought we might have bottomed out here, but our volume is very weak. But this happens pretty frequently. But we have more of those as well in the past. More extreme. This is still very volatile back here, but we still had the same double bottom. I guess that was a triple bottom if you go all the way back, but this one was kind of interesting. So bottomed out here and here. Even back here when there was very little pressure on the cycle, we still see a double bottom. We're doing big downs. Back to 14 real fast. I have 20 contracts. My wife has one on my life. Lucky I took her off my life insurance. Oh, I'm glad I stopped out of that. Ooh. Madurna tanking. The spy is stable. Dow's up. S&P up on the day. ETF's down 0.3. NASDAQ down. NASDAQ's down a lot. Jesus fuck. Interesting. Dow's up. Huh. Curious. Thanks for the credit, Gurk. Wait, what? Hooray for having Fed calls. Exactly. Um, why they're spanking us today? Just dropping the price hard. Buying a lot of puts, pushing it down. Why the small bid-ask spread now? It's tighter. Because we're stabilizing. We're not really moving in any direction. There's no bottom. 140 was our year-long support. Bullish as fuck. Thanks, Jack Mayhoff. If you'd been in LRC, would you sell that to buy this dip? I mean, I have LRC, but not all that much of it. I only have I think I bought like $300 or $500 worth or something like that. No, right now. He's asking about the bid ask spread at the moment, and it's because we've stabilized. Alien Maverick. Context. Expect a turnaround today, or just I think they're trying to push the price down as low as they can feasibly get it this week. Who the fuck knows how much could happen tomorrow due to XRT getting thresholded? That's tricky, right? Doesn't the threshold list crack open the OW? I wonder what the OW looks like for fucking XRT. I heard you talking shit earlier about JP Morgan laughing at Kenny's team not being able to lower below their puts. They doubled down on it a bunch. Yeah, today's the last day XRT can be shorted. The obligations warehouse. The obligations warehouse is where unsatisfied positions go to die. I mean, some of those other ETFs aren't going to let them do that shit, right? Destroyed the Ark of the Covenant in the obligations warehouse. What are the implications of XRT being thresholded? It's been thresholded already twice this year. Once at the end of January and once in June or May. It's an MSCI ETF. It contains GameStop, though. Stop tracking. I can't remember the name of it. It's super small. But there are, yeah, 3 ETFs that contain GameStop currently on the Reg Show threshold list. Although I think the MSCI one doesn't start getting thresholded till Monday. I believe it came in like 2 days later. Would you care about low OI when looking to buy Feb call strikes at like 190? No. Because if we rip, the chain will fill. they're monthlies, so they'll see interest. Do we see the price action of GME when XRT was thresholded? I know this, I believe. I believe this was XRT thresholding in March. Was this it? Or no, this might have been the ETF due date. Turd, do you know the dates for XRT's threshold for March? Or like when it first went on the threshold list? Was it Jan 29 or did it go on in Feb? I want to make sure that I don't have these two dates mixed up. Yeah, they're just not hedging appropriately. We already know that. That's the power of exercising. 129, 222, 21 or so. Also, you have to remember that a lot of those calls are out of the money. Ambagaton. James Hansen, thank you so much. Is anybody are the quants around? 28K shares borrowed since 11:30. 50K since this morning. If any of the quant guys are listening in, do you know the date for XRT's threshold from last year? What the fuck? Yeah, when it first went on the threshold list. $129 to $222. Okay, so 129. So XRT would have begun the thresholding process on so it began being thresholded here. And then the FTDs from that. No, that's not right. So FTDs would have occurred before that, right? Oh, I don't know. I don't have the data for back then. I'll have to have Turd look at it. Because it'd be the FTDs built up into that thresholding. So I'd imagine Some of this price action was due to that. Not all of it, but some. No, I'm not worried about the price action at all. The 6 is still a day to watch. Yeah, that's when thresholding begins. Does GME have more information regarding the stock than us, the retailers? Probably not. Not much more. I think we could trade some volume down here. But I don't think we'll stay down this low for long. Could this dip be an anticipation to the thresholding? Yes. Something you said in a clip from yesterday, it always goes back up. Let's all take a breath, chug some wine, and relax. Yeah. I'm more concerned with just buying more at the bottom. Looks like I picked a good day for it. Don't forget, today was also the down day of the cycle last year. Like if you look, like last year's cycle before bouncing. Does negative movement reduce the price of Feb calls? Of course. Well, ideally, the peak won't be the same as last year. Ideally, it will extend out further because contracts are held out further, but we'll see. Otherwise, yeah, the peak would be on January 25th. Ignore that. I don't think we're going to $4,000 a share on January 25th. It's just scaled, that's all. Over the last 30 minutes, Jimmy has experienced a spike of 315,000 shares. This is higher than 99% of all the 30-minute volume observations around this time of the day in the past 30 trading days. Thank you. That's interesting. No worries, MJ Wellen. At what point do you see retail starting to buy more? I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't already. Everything's on a discount today. Did they sell Jan 28 4,000s? Oh boy. reread Yellow's post on Reddit, and it's interesting. She says, due to the decreasing DN, we could drop to 135 before a bounce. Would you agree with her? I would. Obviously. Do I need to buy? 13. Hmm. Bullish. Guys, I have 9 shares now. I can't be like, this is a great dip and not buy it, right? No positions. Shut up, Crawford. Your estimate isn't even right. Am I going to DRS them? Nope. They're just dropping the price, probably because they have to cover. Yep. Thanks for the cheap calls, Kenny. How much was our drop that day last year? Well, it was a little more excessive, right? Or today's a little more excessive. Last year it was, 4%, not even. So I'd say today's drop of 8.6 is a little more. But again, the bid ask spread and volatility work both ways. Pro options article from Yahoo. Link should be in the newsfeed on WeBull. Shows what's going on with GameStop today. Shares are trading lower. The move appears to be sympathy with overall market weakness following a rise in U.S. Treasury yields, which has pressured stocks during Tuesday's session. Sure, blah, blah, blah. This doesn't look like... Hold on. I'm not seeing it. Maybe I need to refresh. Oh, here we go. Retail investing at highest level since the big squeeze rallies. What's this? Fuck you, Seeking Alpha. I don't see it. No, I don't see it. Oh, shit. Two hundred 210. 140. This is the appropriate amount of GameStop shares to have for a GameStop stock stream, right? It's either this or 420. But I prefer 69 to 420 literally any day of the week. Two's enough. I know. What? That's... No, I have 9 shares now. At 45,500, you become a billionaire. You're forgetting my options, Crawford. Should I buy shares now or buy options tomorrow when my funds settle? That's up to you, man. I'll be all in if I fill. We'll see. I have my limits set a little low, and we moved a little more than I expected. So we'll, yeah. Some of them have already filled. My 200s have filled, and my 180s. My 160s and 140s haven't filled, and my 220s haven't filled. This has a ways to go. XRT on the boom yet? It's turning around. This actually looks better. I think GME's going to continue up also. AMD coming back up. Yeah, this is a market turnaround. Ooh. The Tesla bounce might be nice. Target like 140 or 150, 145. Fuck, I'm not going to fill on this. It's probably a block order, and then the end of the orders like sold at market, or it's just a market order. So you're seeing the volume come in all at once, and then as the buy volume isn't present. Do you have some sort of integration to your brokers from this view, or do you have to manually manage all 6 from here? No, I just have to manually manage them. You can use things like TradeStation or TC, was it TC 2000 or whatever the fuck it's called? Doofum shirts Gherkinator. Been on the street for a while. Why are we dumping so hard? Same shorting as usual. I would say that this shorting is a little unusual. If this is our bottom, I perfectly timed the bottom with my last two options. Nice. If this was the bottom, I perfectly timed the bottom with my share purchase and some of my options. When are you planning to make another weekly play on GME? I have some weeklies right now. They're fucking roasted though. I have 4 at 155. Why is the shorting unusual today? I would say it's intensity. We're down $13 at the peak of the dip. Bro, it's Fed minutes. I'm aware of the effect of Fed minutes, but that doesn't mean that they're not shorting the shit out of the stock. Right? Anytime that we have a market downturn, they take advantage of it. So the effect of that is extrapolated. FX Gen 21, 135 call right at the bottom. Let's fucking go. Nice, dude. I mean, you're already on the money, right? Could be institution sell off. I mean, it's mostly puts. They bought a shitload of puts all the way down. Possibly. We'll see how much of an effect the XRT threshold has tomorrow, right? Bottom so far. It's true. It is failing its reversal. But my options are filling, so that's cool. Do you think XRT threshold effect will occur early tomorrow or later in the day? I have no idea. We'll see. It begins tomorrow. $1.9K viewers on such a downtrend all day. Sus. Everyone's freaking out. Still technically a double bottom with the previous low of 129. As long as they're within like 5% of each other, yeah. Give it like 15 minutes. I don't think we have enough time. Actually, we should be able to see what was purchased here. June 17, 140 calls. Fucking $800,000 worth. 140 puts. Looks like they bought more. Feb 18 200s, Feb 18 150s, Jan 21 150s. Call put volume have reached parity. Almost exactly. Good, snoot catcher. The harder we dip, the more I FOMO while we wait for cash to transfer. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty fucking hyped right now. Can you describe XRT threshold for the smooth mass that resides within my cranium? XRT had fails in excess of 10,000 for 5 trading days. That put it on the reg show threshold list. I can't spell anything today. T plus 13 from that, which is tomorrow. It begins the threshold process where T date, the date of inclusion, is force settled. And then on the 7th, T plus 1. On the 8th, T plus 2. So they start force settling the FTDs on XRT starting tomorrow and continuing out until it is removed from the reg show threshold list. Are you hyped for Jimmy or DDS play? DDS is very interesting. I mean, I only have 11 contracts for DDS, and they're all like $100 out of the money. So we'll see. Buying Plan B versus another month as a billionaire. No regrets. Oh boy. Well, I'm bullish because we have a similar dip that we saw last year before the run started in January. Like it lines up perfectly, which is awesome. And then I'm also bullish on the fact that they would risk dropping the price this low. Who knows? Shit can sit on the reg show threshold list for years. I think more important than the FTDs in XRT being thresholded out is the fact that they can no longer use it to short. What are the NS DDS options for Feb 18? Wait, what? NS? You're talking about like the DDS ones? Those are, I think those have to do with the dividend. When are you expecting DDS to run? Same time as GameStop. Can I buy a fractional option? Not in the US. They need liquidity. What if this is them attempting to generate it? Sure. That doesn't mean that the call chain isn't going to fill up. Oh, okay. I don't use TDA, so. Will Regshow and XRT also influence DDS? Yes. Do we need the borrow rate for Jamie to go way up before MOASS? That would be ideal. I might get this question a lot, but XRT holding GME at 1% of its total weight. I'm aware. Wouldn't the ETF FTD also be insignificant, hence insignificant price action from Jan 10? January 10th is ETF FTD due date for far more than just XRT. It's not just XRT that we're expecting price action from. Also, the weight of GME in an ETF is not in relation to the number of shares of GME owed to that ETF. From tomorrow, forced buy-in will occur for all stocks which are on XRT ETF. Hence, we expect a big rip from tomorrow for GME. No, I don't expect a big rip. I expect buy pressure, some. I don't expect a rip at all tomorrow. I stopped writing DDS options and not GME. DDS is tricky. I don't know why they've stopped writing options for it. No one's making a market there. It's either because there's not enough interest for a market, like for it to be worthwhile for the market maker to make a market for it, which is more than likely, or the risk is too high. The DDS floats 11 million, but 70% of that is owned by like employees and registered. It also has like, I think it has like 82% institutional ownership. Something absurd. 50% short interest. Jimmy may release holiday sales number Jan 10 or 11. Dope. Yeah, I'm aware. They did that last year too, right? Can we get some pickles on the chart for morale? No. I'm not going to bring pickles into this bloodbath. Can have an angry banana. Is there anyone you admire besides Paul Rudd and Justin Timberlake? Yes. My ultimate boy band would be DFV, Warren Buffett, Paul Rudd, and Justin Timberlake. I think they'd kill it. Put the damn pickles on the damn chart. Listen, Nesquik. Don't you tell me what to do. Think you could tell me what to do with your $3? You're mistaken. There's options available for DDS, but no one's writing them. Like the options chain is dead. Did you tell me about cashless exercising of a call option? Does it mean I get 50 shares at the cost of a premium? It depends on what the stock is trading at. Cashless exercise isn't a margin account. It just means the broker fronts the cash to exercise the option on your behalf, with the margin being backed by the shares. Exercise and sell to cover means they exercise the contract and sell shares to cover the price. That's a bloodbath for whoever sold me 15 Feb 140 calls, and a bloodbath when those are exercised at sub 300 price action. How long ago did you start modeling your look on Persian Post Malone? Jesus Christ. Would you eat pancakes with Prince after he beat you in a game of basketball? Abso-fucking-lutely. Think we'll see some upside today? Maybe. The trend is shifting slightly. Any good dates for 150? Not financial advice. Like, when will we see 150 again? Probably like next week. XRT SI is at like 280 something percent right now, I think. Well, the last time I looked. $47,000 OI on Jan 21 950s. Is that real? Could be. Yes, KL. It likely does. Fidelity does have exercise and sell to cover. You need to speak with their options desk. Customer service agents are not going to be able to facilitate that for you. Warren Buffett and DFE are on a private plan. The pilot dies, and there's only 2 parachutes between the 3 of you. Who would you give the parachutes to? Me and DFE. Warren Buffett's going to die soon anyway. He's got less potential. I like that I've gotten on a plane with them. $284. It's about to be reported higher today. Can you go into a bit more detail on the part about FTDs not being relevant to GME's weight and ECFs? They're not. GME's weight in an ETF doesn't matter. It just matters how many shares the ECF holds. Those are the shares available for creation every day. So its weight wouldn't matter at all. You know, if they're creating, like, if a ETF has 500 shares and they're creating 500 shares a day over like a 44-day window, obviously the FTDs or the GameStop shares due the ETF could be far in excess of its actual holdings. Jamie G and Koala Hugger for the parachute. Oh, I would just throw the parachutes out the door. What does ADJ mean? It means you should have received the dividend. Unless you bought that call after the dividend was processed, which wouldn't make sense. You're planning on rebuying Jan calls at any point, or are you just going to stick to far dated calls like Feb and beyond? I don't know. I might buy some weeklies. We'll see. If you're asking me what weeklies, I'm not going to tell you. No. If the stock hits 400, they're going to sell half your shares. If you have a cash account. So stock price at $400, strike at 200. If you exercise sell to cover, they're going to sell 50% of your shares. The higher the price of the stock goes, the fewer shares they sell. You know, at $1,000 a share, they're only going to sell 20 shares. At $20,000 a share, they only sell one. Is this the over leveraged bubble that Burry constantly complains about? It's probably one of them. How is it possible after all that fuckery back in January, they can still drop the price so consistently? Didn't I just... I feel like I've spent all day explaining that. They buy puts out of the money. They short the stock. This forces the MM to hedge those puts, pushing additional pressure down on the stock. They can also use... And to get these shorts, they can borrow or use share creation. All of this creates FTDs, but it allows them to push the price down. The shitty part of this is when they start to cover at the bottom, retail can spend all of this time, so can institutions, buying calls on the way back up. Because it only works if the amount of FTDs is fairly low. If the amount of FTDs is high and we start gapping up while they're covering, it puts their puts at risk. So those put walls can fail. They've failed in the past. It's happened before. And it's very hard for them to get the price back under control. They can internalize it. They don't actually have to buy. I mean, they have to, somebody has to deliver your broker the 100 shares, right? The person delivering the shares can possibly, or the entity delivering the shares can internalize, but they have to do it through creation. They can't do it through bona fide market making. XRT being on the threshold list is not irrelevant. It is it rebalances daily, and it is one of the ETFs they use the most. It directly targets the sector that they want to short. It is an ideal ETF for them, and burning it this early in the cycle is very bad for them. BlackRock and Vanguard can just cut them off. Will there be a GFE if I sell shares to exercise call contracts? Only if you sell the exercised shares on the same day. What forces the hedge funds from covering buying when ETF date hits? Are you talking about what they have to cover their FTDs? These questions are very weird. What forces the hedge funds to cover and buy when the ETF date hits? FTDs. They're a forced settlement. There's counterparty risk. T21 price action? What's the relevance of T21? Besides it being an average. But yes, there can be hedge fund FTDs that are not through an AP. So T plus 3 plus 35. Can FTD covers the liquidity created with the MM selling via purchase puts that get driven in the money by the shorting? No. Unless they're exercised. But that then allows the market maker to deleverage, meaning they buy GameStop. DDS. Auto or manual transmission? I actually like stick shifts, but there's not a lot of them available anymore. Like, you can't really buy it. There's not very many models that come with a stick shift anymore. There's a volatility relation between XRT and GME. XRT went up with GME starting on 10/28. Could it be that XRT was used for September futures expiry to satisfy closed contracts? All of the ETFs use futures contracts to balance their NAV. So yes, but we just don't have any visibility into those, right? So if you sell shares, you have a T+2 window on the settlement. If you then immediately use the good faith funds to exercise options, you need to wait until this settles to sell the exercised shares. Then you just get a GFE. Who gives a shit? We can't ensure that they pay for every single FTD insurer. You just hold. Yeah, I know that you don't need to wait for the initial funds to settle to exercise. They just need to be there. GFEs aren't signed until the end of the trading day. No, I've only exercised with cash. If Windmill's in here, he knows quite a lot about it. He might be busy though. You can ask him on the Discord, Jojo. The banana has a green mohawk. I still think buy two, sell one, and exercise one is the best way to do it, by far. Or sell out of the money calls to exercise in the money calls. Corey, GMEtimeline.com. Thank you so much for coming to Billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out into the country club after the stream. We're gonna watch the Fed? Nah. What if all the calls are in the money? Sell the ones further out to exercise the ones deeper in the money? How is that even a question?
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo.
I already bought a bunch of 218s on this debt.
No. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Spy doing shit. Cool. You just call their customer service line. I think you can exercise in the trade menu too. Individuals. For the US, it's 1-312-542-6901. I think a lot of you guys are missing the value of the contracts. The exercise is great, right? It's awesome. It's the final nail in the MOASS coffin. But simply holding calls through their periods of exposure is sufficient. So what happens when we hit $10,000 or $20,000 a share? I don't give a shit. You can exercise your call if you want to. Don't exercise it. Print your call out, roll it up, and stick it up your ass. It doesn't matter. They are already beyond fucked at that point. Why am I shadow banned? Because I tell people to do things like shove their options up their asses. I'll tell you what matters. What matters is that you're shitty out of the money calls. Gain delta. And then that delta is held through the exposure window. Unlike last year, where on January 29th, everyone sold out of their fucking options and let them drop the hedge. So be as greedy as you want, just be greedy later. That's all. Because we know their exposure extends out far past the peak of leap exposure in January. It continues. So imagine instead we had run from January 29th all the way into the OPEC state in February. So instead of this massive drop, the price had just continued fucking up. Because this was because everyone sold. Yeah, if you scroll through the chat, Carl posted the link somewhere. You guys are all like, clip this, bullish, but I wrote the fucking DD months ago. Which just means that no one got it. Even with all your promotion, those holding options are still affected by the same market psychology that made them sell last year. How confident are you that people will hold through it? You know, if there's one thing that retail is really good at, it's diamond handing options until expiry. Clip it. Did we stutter? Thanks, Shadow. I'm glad someone did. What's your strategy for exiting options? Stop loss on the way up? Probably stop limits. Same as I would stock, just 100 times greater. The problem last year was that it was not that people weren't diamond fisting their options. It's that all their fucking options expired January 29th because they FOMO'd in at 250 and they were broke. And so they bought the shortest term options they could afford, as far out of the money as they could afford them. XRT rebalances every day based on GameStop's market cap. So during the January run, GameStop was the highest weighted stock in XRT. I think, or one of the highest weighted. There's no way to do it because I can only get 4 responses. So it's just useless information, Sahid. Carl, are you around? Do you have the... Just go look at the Pigeon Whales chat, Aelin Maverick. Carl posted the link. I'm sure people in the Discord have it and can share it with you. The weight doesn't matter. Oh, we might dip further. If the Fed announced a rate hike, shit's gonna tank. What are my TLT puts looking like? I haven't checked those in a long time. Fuck yes. Good. Looks like I picked the perfect time to sell my cat calls. There goes Moderna. If the SPY goes down, SPXS or UVXY, just get puts. Do you want to help facilitate the downward movement, Robert Dole? Shocky Seggy. I'm ready to play options, but the Tastyworks platform is intimidating. WeBull is less intimidating. What do you recommend? It's up to you, man. Whichever one you're more comfortable with. Yeah, I got out a cat earlier today. Buffalo chicken dip before old pants rip. Love you, Gert. Thanks, Hartley. If they do it again, will it impact price if they're good? you think there would be enough time to get calls for January 21? Get out of them on next week's potential run and then put the gains into more febs? Potentially. Yeah, apparently Reddit's down. It is for me. I just went to update it. I can't. No problem, Sun Devil Rogue. Why buy more options when they can just tank the price? Because it comes back up. Stop being a negative Nancy, Olga. Well, I'm not in the fucking UK, so. I've never been more jacked to lose money. Sam? Still waiting for the link? Go to the Discord and try to obtain it. I'm not going to give it to you. I don't know where the fuck it is. You're barking up the wrong tree. If you want to go look at it, it's in the DD on Reddit. Jakira's wife trying to get it. Oh, okay. It should be in the Pigeon Well chat. You can also just use Reddit search from user with has link or Discord search. We're all the market crash into MOASS people, right? They should be cheering right now. Oh god, I'll find it. Hold on. Give me 1 second, I'll find it. Pain in the ass. There. I failed. You're fine. He just as easily could have scrolled through the Pigeon Well chat and found it. It took me all of like 5 seconds. So not your fault, Zakir's wife. Did people stop DRSing? No, probably not. What's your new conservative price target for January? Like all of January or just the 10th? I think we can bounce back from this pretty strong. Yeah, it reduces liquidity a little bit. It reduces liquidity from the borrowing pool, which they don't fucking use. So something fucky with options pricing. You mean they're not going down in relation to the drop in price? Lost my job the week of Thanksgiving. I've had to stay on the sidelines option was. Lady VWAP must have smiled today. My 401k rollover hit my brokerage moments before that dropped to 135. I got my first Jan and Feb call. Wouldn't have without your help. That's awesome, Fluffy Peppers. Congratulations, man. Sorry about you losing your job, but is 200 by the end of January unlikely? That doesn't seem unreasonable at all. That's fine, Sahib. So just do you. No one's making you buy anything. Whatever happened to Sanji? No idea. Does 510 by the end of Jan sound unreasonable? Yes. Of course it does. It's higher than we've broken ever. That would be an all-time high. So yes, I would say it's unreasonable. Everyone already knows about the manipulation. Locking up the float to prove it doesn't matter. Seems like the Fed's raising rates. Is it cover up? Is MOASS by the end of January unreasonable? It could be beginning then. It's still a short squeeze. The probability of a short squeeze occurring is still not astronomically high. It's just better now than it is the rest of the year. Of course it's been discussed, Monster Buddy. Can't ETF shares just be made out of thin air? Sort of. I mean, they cost money. They have to be bought in baskets, which is expensive. JPAS said stop money printer in March. That's not that big of a deal. Too big to inbox. I'll check it out. Just five. If 510 is unreasonable, does that mean MOASS is unlikely? Of course, a short squeeze is unlikely. Like your odds, the odds of the stock hitting 510 are much slimmer than a nearer the money position. The further out you get, the greater risk. I'm not saying the stock can't hit 510, but it is far less likely than it hitting 200 or 250 or 300. Even 350 is statistically way more likely than 510. Thanks, Monster Buddy. I've gone over the thresholding process like 15 times today. I don't really want to do it again. Rewind the stream, find it. I even drew a diagram. It shouldn't be that hard. If people are buying calls in Feb, the market psychology will be to let their money ride, Sahib. So if they're up massively on the 25th, they will let those winnings ride. This is why people get burnt on options so much. This is why gamblers leave the money on the table. The psychology is already built into the date. So you're wrong. Capturing profits is actually not something that most people are good at. In fact, I would argue that most people who participate in options are very, very bad at capturing profits. And you're suggesting that they all capture their profits too soon. And I'm telling you that that's very unlikely. Yeah, but right now we're trading at 135. Howler. So right now, hitting 510, very unlikely. Trading at 350, hitting 510, much more likely. Like you're full of it. A cast iron pan is better than your graphite pan. All right, listen, Grandpa John. I have not suggested graphite. I don't even know. Do they make graphite pans? Carbon steel. And cast iron has its advantages. To find profits. With Virtue asking for money, around 2 billion to be exact, I see margin error in big institutions and liquidity is just running dry. The ZTFs better not run out. Yep. You know what gets really scary is when institutions can't buy GameStop at market and they use creation to go long. That's real bad for the shorts. Not everything's a short sale. How are we winning against the hedges? By holding. Sent you a DM of graphite pans. I'm very interested in this. Do you use 0.5 or 0.7? 0.5. I'm not a caveman. I've says just tweeted margin call Wednesday. Where does this person get their info? Starbucks on Wall Street. Actually, I feel like that'd probably be more accurate. If GME gets a 30-day chill, will this pop up on the chart like a halt? Yep. And it'll be announced through NYSE. SSR is at 134.02. Would that be more significant with XRT on threshold? Could be. Picked the wrong day to try to swing spies on the calls on the spy. On May 11th, we reached 135-ish. On June 9th, we tested 343. Yup. AMC puts were up 300% today. I took profits. Congrats, boosted. One day you guys are going to find out that all Wall Street Starbucks employees are in fact Bazinga blog writers. SSR? Soon. If you're to make up a Market Watch headline for GME today, what would it be? GameStop suffers massive losses after retail bails, seeing Fed rate increase hike. Like anybody who fucking invested in this even knows what that means. Can the entire market be SSR'd? Kind of. Retail bailing for the 100th time. What are you talking about synthetic shares when vote count was less than 100? I'm aware of what the vote count was. There's still massive illiquidity in the stock. Did the bid just exceed the ask? That was weird. Yeah, Reddit's down. I can't log in. Oh, bullish bets have never pushed for SSR. All the shorting on GameStop is synthetic anyways. It doesn't matter. Where's the first threshold of a SPY correction zone? Higher than it is now, or lower than it is now. One 169. 170. It's like 169.75, but probably JoJo. See, the problem with a lot of these like loopholes that people discuss is they're old. Like married put calls, washing sales. If you've got an SEC report on this activity with a follow up, they're not using this shit anymore. They have new tactics, new ways. You're fucking like this shit's like 12 years old. They're not still doing that. It is a constantly evolving landscape on how to ride that edge between legal and illegal. Discord is flooded with FUD right now. Mods. The mods can time people out. If people are being like super funny and whining, just time them out for the day. SSR engage. Spy's slowing down a little bit. Oof. Jesus, look at that BTC sell off. Oh, Tesla's going back under 1,000. What a time to load up my brokerage accounts some more. I want to be able to buy back into Cat. There's no better time to make money than when everything goes on sale. Market down except for my graphene penny stocks. People are going to need pencil leads. Do you have any thoughts on what Cat's new channel might be? No? Not yet. I'll wait till after SLD when the Dow tanks. Do you prefer malts or milkshakes? It depends on the flavor, Ollie. You were an amazing help, Zakir's wife, actually. Thank you. Also, why are your kids waking up at 3 p.m.? I know what graphene is. I was making a joke. News article with Goldman saying BTC is the new gold. Then you show BTC dropping. That's because Goldman has to sell all their Bitcoin because gold's useless. Yeah, it's the daily 251 DRS buy-in. Don't you know? DRS always buys in at 2:51 p.m. If you had 200s, 250s, 300s, which would you average down on? Probably the lowest strikes. Or I would just get even lower strikes. What do you have to say for yourself after this price drop caused by your undrs shares? uh my shares wouldn't even account for 1% of today's volume. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. Thank you, Darth Dan. This is only the fourth time in the last year where TTM squeeze indicator has gone off 4 days in a row. 2 of the previous 3 were followed by an up move of $100 or more. That Power Hour song ready? Oh, it is. Well, here's my counter to that, Monster Buddy. If they own the float, then they don't need my help locking it. Interesting. It's going to be harder. There's other ETFs, but XRT is the one they use a lot. So Fidelity buy to sell ratio is probably just tracking within their own brokerage, right? Like their own orders that they're facilitating. So if the buy ratio looks great and the price is dropping, it's just because retail is buying. I would say there's some ETF shorting today because it doesn't look like they're borrowing a lot of GameStop shares, but they're definitely using shorts. Feb 18 200 C's not dropping enough on this dip. How many ETFs are you tracking? Pretty sure Turd's watching all of them. All 105 or whatever it is. It's more now, isn't it? I think GameStop got added to some ETFs recently as well. Hmm. I'm back, bitches. God damn it, Carl, we needed you. What's up, Bob? Tag you on Discord? I'll never see it unless you DM'd me. Ooh. Graphite cookware. Rumor on the streets is I missed a link. It's okay, I got it. It wasn't for Bob Smith's DD. We don't need DFE. Just fucking hold. It's really easy. Just don't sell your shares. Everything's fine. 185 ETFs now tracking for GME with Turd's help. And by help, I mean he does 99% of the work. Monthly electric bill subsidy. Thank you so much, JB. I appreciate it, man. Quick market watch. Tell me what to do with my shares. I wish Market Watch would come out with an article and tell me how low this is going to go. 15 minutes in advance. Is the cash settled, Shadow? Is the SSR live? Ooh, it is. 134 was the trigger. Nice. Guys, AMC's down more than us. That guy's asshole must be on fire today. Why are you sending me pictures of the order book? Isn't the market going down exactly what Citadel wants? It's definitely nice for them. Yep, that's correct, EJ. Didn't I share my chart on the announcements channel? Carl, did we determine if that's okay? Hour. Oh yeah, that's right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
What'd you guys do to the stock while I was gone? Guys. Oh, shit. Hold on. Goddamn son of a bitch. All right. Well, I found a cannoli, which is bullish. Reddit is still down for me. Does violent dip lessen the chances of MOASS? Only if people sell. On Jan 10th last year, I made my first post on Wall Street bets. I felt I had to say why I had total faith in GME, as everyone was so demoralized with the price drops. Just over 2 weeks later, it exploded. It started exploding much sooner than that. Of course, VIX is doing a fucking thing. The market's down 139 points. If they took it back to $20, I would buy so many $50 fucking calls. Like every penny I could scrounge up. Imagine being a short hedge fund caught in this bullshit. You bring the price up, believe it or not, people buy more. Bring it down, people buy more. How's the cannoli? Refrigerated and soft. Not good. And the worst part is that people like to buy at the peak up here, and then they just don't sell. Like they ride it all the way down to here, and then they buy more. Do you have the expected movement today? Wonder how the C35 flow is going to be. Some dude told me the other day that he's bought every week, like 10 shares a week since January. And his cost basis is still like $210. Synthetically? Tell all your friends who keep saying, I wish I bought sooner, now's their chance. I mean, it is. Is that the same guy that had GME leaps and never sold till they expired worthless? No, that was DJ Loki. He's an idiot. I'm sorry, professional options trader. Uh, it gets me every time. Thanks, Ken Griffin. Are leaps viable? They'd be cheaper. They'd be a lot cheaper on my wallet. How are leaps cheaper on your wallet? Jam 2023s are expensive as fuck. Rikula? We're coming for the other 59% of Melvin's capital this year. You mean just the full 100? They were buying calls earlier. Yep. Calls now outweigh. Oh, no. Puts, more puts? Hold on. I'm waiting for it to update. Puts are in the lead again. 135s, 140s, 130s are going up. We may go below 130. All of them for Friday, though. Like, if this was a sustained play, they would not be buying puts for Friday. Okay, I don't want these. Shiftsearch.com. Am drunk. Hedgies are fuck. I already bought calls. Unfortunately, $4 higher than we're currently trading now, but what are you going to do? Interestingly, some of them are up. I guess the IV spiked a little. Yeah, I can't update the Reddit post at all. I've tried like 3 times now. I can't even get into my Reddit account.
Congratulations, Norman. What's a FUD around eToro? Is there any good reason for it? I don't know. My Feb calls are up $100 from yesterday, even though the stock is down 13 from where I bought. The Ivy and hammering the ask is real. You mean the bid? Fake market crash. SPY stabilizes at 470. So sad I bought my 3 Feb calls, 200, 250, 320 months ago with my last bit of disposable money. How many more could I have now if I had just waited? Double? Hope it will still be enough. Anyway, I'm a bit late, but I wish you a Happy New Year, Sir Pickle. Happy New Year, Luke. How much did this cost them? I mean, they're making money on the puts right now. Although the 130s might not get realized. And they bought a lot of them. Like 600 or something. $950 is 10% up. Yeah, IV is spiking. CDM. You're not crazy, little dude. Oh, the fucking people with orders placed for like $10,000. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. Who'd have guessed Ford was the play all along? I feel like a long time ago I said something about Ford $20 leaps. You know what's amazing? I've lost like no value on this DDS call. I feel like I should have lost way more. Oh, oh, my 180s went up. Today would be a good day for RC to buy the rest of his shares. It really would. You're not wrong. Could. Okay, the guy who was buying Ford was buying like weeklies, Johnny. Shark bait. Ooh ha ha. I feel like we've grown apart. We don't talk as much as we used to. It almost seems like we're just going through the motions. What even are we at this point? I don't know. You're a popcorn futures commodities trader. We don't have a lot in common. You have a lot of wives to take care of. Well, short hedge funds are making a bunch of money today, Stefan. Short hedge fund. I think they're going to need that money. But it's because you never want to come get tacos and margaritas with me. Well, to be fair, I really don't want to get tacos and margaritas with anybody but myself. How's it an infinite money glitch? No, I never worked at BlackRock. Yes, it does. Why would you buy XRT weeklies? That's a terrible idea. Stop tracking. XRT doesn't trade a lot of volume. Thanks, Goldman Sachs intern. It's in the 70s remix. Kirk's BlackRock recruiter. False. You have a desk tenured, but you never show up to work. Buying weeklies again? I'm not. Sunvest up 85% because of Jamie. Old Melvin News down 39%. Hmm. Have you ever had an 80% loss on an option recover? Yes. You never sold your jam calls? Nope. Not these. I sold the ones on the 21st. The 155s I bought yesterday, I think. And the I don't remember when I bought the 180s. It was afterwards though. They do have 130 puts for Friday. Are we looking towards the end of Feb now? No, because the drop doesn't change anything. The price doesn't matter. Yes, I do. Could they be exercising in the money calls to get shares or FTDs and pass the buck to the MMs? If we, not without driving the price up. I have a couple that I bought by accident, Christian. Or, well, I guess, yeah, two. Is Schwab a risky broker to carry GME in? I mean, they're huge, so probably not. I bought Fab 140s, 160s, 180s, 200s, and 220s. My only real question is, are you fucking ready? Ready as I'm ever gonna be. What's wrong with the whole market today? Fed raised rates or announced they're gonna raise rates. Value of options going up. Yeah, it's just IV going up. You like Feb 150 or April 200? Feb 150. That's because people are panicking. That's not a big deal. Everything will be fine. I'm not worried. I'm sure as fuck not selling at $131. Be greedy when others are fearful. Yep. I'm worried. Yeah, Carl. Worried that your calves need an oiling. They're getting a bit dry. I'm not gonna lie. We'll talk about it later. Why are they trying so hard, guys? Ask yourself that. Lots of other stocks in the market are not down 11.88% today. Why would the cycle theory be debunked? Like, what about today's price action do you think debunks the cycle theory? You sound like the scene from the movie. Well, one is super fucking far out of the money, web slinger. The other is also pretty far out of the money. The cycle theory doesn't promise ups. It just outlines due dates. Some people just really want to see me be wrong. Whatever. There's no cycle theory. Retailer the bag holders. Thanks, Ken. Why would you warn us? Is it because you care about us so much? I hope short hedge funds are making money like I made on my November calls, and then it snaps back the other way. Me too. Do I smash? Smash what? We are on SSR. Not that it matters, but it's there. I don't know. Yeah, guys, don't worry. Melvin shorts are still 2,500% underwater. It's okay. Anyone catch what JPAD did to the market? What did he say? They're raising rates. Or they're going to raise rates. Can you explain to me why a 550 call in Feb 18th? There aren't any 550s for Feb 18. They're sure as shit gonna open up the bottom of the call chain on this one, though. Or the puts. Do you have a video about the mechanics behind this downtrend? For example, how shorts get created or where they get borrowed from? I have like 100 videos on that. Mm. All these FUD guys are the fucking same. They're like, does this just prove your theory now? And then I'm like, how? And there's just no response. They just want to say bullshit and then walk away. Did we expect a dip? We did. Did we expect it to be 11%? No. I did expect a dip today. There was a dip last year on the same day. If we look at last year's price action. I mean, obviously the Fed meeting probably emphasized this a bit, but we did big dippies last year too. Not nearly the same extent, but volatility works both ways. Jay Powell also didn't announce that he was raising rates last year. Good time for some bull put spreads. Are you surprised cost of calls haven't drastically changed? No. IV's probably up a little, but I'd imagine the pricing is around the same. Like that options market's valuing GameStop far higher than it's currently trading. I beseech you, ouchie down downs are temporary. Tendies are permanent. This is true. Fuck you, Dr. K. My wife is an AMC influencer on Twitter. Should I divorce her? Yes. I've got Ko-Fis. Did I miss one? Love your analysis. I'm not leaving. Thanks, Patrick. Tell me who you're loyal to. Is it anybody that you would lie for? Anybody you would slide for? Anybody you would die for? Thank you, Rihanna. I appreciate that. I like the ouchie down downs. Here's why. I already, like a good idiot, bought a bunch of calls for Feb, and April, and leaps. If it moons, I'm set. If it downs more, I average down and I'm set. You don't believe the things I had to do to get this name? I just can't get used to it. Not all ETF managers are just okay with the things that XRT ETF managers are okay with. Like the XRT is the girl that'll do a little more on prom night, you know? Or the guy. Like every time you read about like illegal shit going on in ETFs, XRT is like example number one. It was 284% earlier today. Could you review for the smooth brain lot here, not me, how a declining market will affect short hedge fund position on the consumer retail discretionary sector? Oh, they'll make a lot of money. Yeah. Unless their shorts are trapped under 2,800, 2,500% extra value. Do Feb 11 calls encapsulate all expected movement? No. Feb 18s or later do. Yep. They're not getting much cheaper. They're losing some intrinsic value, but IV's going up, so they're staying about the same. As someone who bought in after the sneeze, what were your expectations for Jimmy this time last year? I bought before the sneeze. I bought again after. I thought it would go back up. I thought 400 was just due to sell-offs, or 40 was just due to sell-offs. So I assumed it would dead cat bounce. It did, and then it stayed there. So that was nice. Yep, after tomorrow they can no longer use XRT. Shorting right before close, how shocking. I mean, I expect them to try to at least get the rest of their puts in the money today, right? Tomorrow could be another day of sadness, yeah. Absolutely, Dunstan. This is why GameStop has so much futures exposure. Where like an equity really shouldn't, right? Nice, Seacraft. When did calls load up last year before the January sneeze? This down day was one of them. I think Friday will be up. Shorts can't hold their puts with FTDs. It's difficult. If we go up above max pan, that's going to create gamma exposure for them. The highest I bought today was 220. Nautical? I'm a boat. Nor have I ever been seacraft, despite what others might say. I see. Missing Wall Street bets folks playing with options change anything this time around? We'll see. They have plenty of time to get in and buy their weeklies and 0 DTEs. You're averaging down your XRT fibs. Maybe. I might tomorrow. I have 90s also, so I would probably average those down first. Hey, roaring 120s. Did you say we realistically start going back up after the 10th? Yeah, I think so. Did you get it on DDS yet? I have 11 contracts, but it's really hard to pick them up. I've had standing orders, but they're just not filling. If we get lower than 129.50, this will be the lowest since March. No, I'm not super concerned. Extra cheap GMA. They just borrowed another 40K on Fidelity. Good to know. Concerned for IV crush? No. From what? What do you think price reaction the NFT marketplace would be like? No idea. I think most people don't know what NFTs do, so maybe not that crazy. Did you say bar rates for actual GME shares might go up with XRT thresholded? Yes. What would make you start to be concerned if we drop below my cost basis? Have you tried a DDS call at market? I did. I got like 2 that way. I filled 2 on an order of 10. I did not fill the rest, but you talk about me in a way that would be demeaning and hurtful. Why would I do that, Darth Dan? Darth Dan's a lovely person. He has a nice mustache, even though he's a Dan. Perfect bottom, double bottom with 1214. Buy sell ratio on Fidelity? Who cares? Probably super bullish. No, I don't like mustaches. I was just trying to be nice. I didn't hear no bell. And yet, ding ding. Yeah, far from over, but nice big drop. Very cheap GameStop. GameStop on sale. Rough day. I understand. But it's always far worse before it gets better. I know a lot of you are nursing some financial wounds today. And just remember that this price action is not sustainable for them. They are not even borrowing real shares of GameStop currently. So they are just creating more FTDs and you know, assisted by the downtrend in the market today. So we see a little greater dip than we would have wanted to. But tomorrow they lose XRT. This may have been the last hurrah for that. What is a sustainable price point for them? Under $5. XRT begins its threshold process tomorrow, which means it can no longer be used, or it can no longer be shorted. After hours rip, it's possible. Yeah, I bought more today. I'm bullish as fuck on this. I don't think they'll be able to keep it down for long. They may try to keep it down through the rest of the week. Be warned. You know, there could be buy pressure, however, and those puts could slip out of their control very quickly. Anyway, guys, I'll have a lovely night, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Oh, Ken Griffin, you do need XRT, though, don't you? Was that a poopy banana? Maybe. Have a good night, everybody.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Not an advisor. Frigulon.